Start with the difference between security personal data and classical conception of information security. The second one focuses on unauthorized activity. To achieve depersonalization by processing personal data, it comes to planned activities, which, however, may create consequences for the private lives of individuals. Confidential information threats arises as a result of unauthorized data processing and as a result of unauthorized access, like attacker actions. As a result of unauthorized data access, individual emotional hardship, economical cost by stealing personal data, physical and psychological harm for the reason of hunting, and as a result of reducing the quality of information processing, value decreasing. As part of the planned process, decreasing provides services quality, system failures, correctly made or delayed decisions which will influence on individual health or population groups. From the above, we can sum that certainly risk model is needed. The model will be universal in use and useful to avoid the negative moments above. The key provisions of the proposed risk model, the personalization procedure takes into account
Excuse me, we
confidentiality,
don't see the slides.
the risk of
Alexander,
unauthorized
Yeah.
access and planned.
Or maybe it's my problem because of the delay.
Alexander, I don't show the presentation. Okay, now I show the slide.
Data processing. The risk of publishing or exchange anonymized data is a measure of extent where the subject is threatened by potential circumstances or events. The construction of completely anonymized data sets that store useful information is an idealized hypothesis that is not feasible in practical solutions. The next key provision is a risk assessment. It requires the risk model which
Alexander,
defines
but do you share the screen?
with
Because
points
we don't see that. Can anyone see the slides? Nobody can see the slides.
You're not slides?
I see now the slide. In this moment, the key provisions of the risk model. I show this.
Okay, I can see the slides now.
Okay, go.
such as risk factorization, data model release, quantitative set of the risk thresholds, required usefulness level of the received depersonalized data, or risk model building for a specific depersonalization procedure. The harm created by the attackers after depersonalization of personal data include next points: compliance costs associated with privacy concerns for individuals, direct costs of fines and legal fees, business loss, refusal of using products or services, reputational costs leading to loss of trust from users, decreased performance or inability to achieve the organization's mission. Within the framework of this model, proposed to confine vector of values for the uncertain damage. Thus, the risk assessment proposed in this model contains damage as a parameter, in what follows that risk assessment is understood as an assessment probability of occurrence events. Data risks are associated with a specific data set and should be calculated taking into account the characteristics of the data set, in particular the allocation of direct identifiers and quasi-identifiers. Direct identifier identifiers and their substitution are the smallest problem in solving the risk problem. Correct quasi-identifiers, identification, and depersonalization application methods taking into account their structure and type is a much more difficult task, bearing in mind the probabilistic approach to risk assessment. This slide shows general factorization formula of the probability re-identification risk. Transformation of personal data, depersonalization, taking into account the risk model, requires a balance between the usefulness data obtained as a result of depersonalization and the acceptable level of risk. The acceptable threshold for the risk of re-identification of personal data depends on various factors, including the data confidentiality, context of its use, applicable laws and regulations. Generally, the risk threshold for re-identification is considered being very low, since where any re-identification of personal data may lead to a breach of confidentiality and security. The threshold risk is setting according to use cases. The acceptable level of risk is determined taking into account the following parameters: likelihood of a threat to confidential data, potential eye damage, application scenarios, business model of the organization which publishing the data. Although calculation metrics risk may be different depending on used methods, here are general approaches that allow quantifying the probability based on data behavior. The metrics are calculated in consideration with the attributes fields of the sets which classification shows on the slide. According with accepted approach, the greatest influence on metrics is exerted by quasi-identifiers, which combination makes possible to indirectly determine the individual and compare his sensitive attributes. The main idea of risk calculation, which based on attribute selection, is to form a group of similar records, where impossible to match only one individual and his sensitive attributes. Then, probability of re-identification is directly related with the size of equivalence classes and also depends on distribution of sensitive attributes in such equivalence classes. Now it comes practical realization, which depends on the data exchange method. In practice, usually meets situation very simply depersonalized by one option and do not complicate the process. The exchange scenario is an important approach where it depends on the key provisions in the risk model. In our particular case, analyzes unilateral and multilateral information publication. When unilaterally information is publishing, for example, generating machine learning data, it's convenient to use classical depersonalization developed by K-anonymity model. The K-anonymity model is a privacy preservation technique that protects to identify people in dataset by grouping them into anonymous groups based on their quasi-identities. Within the K-anonymity model, various metrics could be used, making it possible to quantify the re-identification probability. This slide shows entropy approach. Each entropy attribute calculates after taking dataset with key value as depersonalization metrics input data. If attribute's entropy is over 0, then it generalizes by using masking method. Changing last formulaic symbols until entropy would be less or equals logarithmic base from key value. If attribute has high entropy, then it adds into high attribute list, which are potential quasi-identifiers. Information exchange scenarios involve bilateral or multilateral data exchange in order to form a common data array intersection set. Such data set can be formed by using the private set intersection technique PSI3. Confidentiality preserved intersection of data sets can be arranged by using PSI3 approach. PSI3 or privacy preserving sequential subgroup summation and intersection is a privacy preservation algorithm for calculating subgroups intersection within a larger group, providing differential privacy in combination with confidential computing mechanisms. Checking or re-identification data set based on information about purchases and viewing advertisements for useful and safe report at each processing step uses the k-anonymity model, where key is over 10 means that data is protected. During the process, data converts several times at the source level through depersonalization and final depersonalization by microsegments. To create synthetic data or dummy data, uses algorithmic data generator, which tunes each attribute in the test set, 7 different format sheets with 500,000 data lines each. The key features of data storage organization are: the subject is used to solve analytical problems characterized by large data samples for machine learning. Other advanced analytical tools. The data flow profile tends to be batch-oriented, so the main users are internal analytics. The organization has developed a security system. The contextual risk calculated on the basis of calculators is 40%. Used depersonalization methods should allow data protection in a recurrent manner and make it possible to adjust the algorithm depending on attribute composition of the protected data and their volume. In fact, due to exchange process, the 3 data sets are processed and published. A. Purchase data contains data tied to the phone number of an individual. B. Advertising view data. Ad views data, also tied to the phone number. C. Summary report, formed by the merger of A and B, comparing purchases and views. As a result, after data depersonalization, it shows conditional real data test results. Current slide shows that entropy approach allows to observe and mark attribute column, which ought to be depersonalized once again for increasing k-anonymity level. Using PSI3 scheme with homomorphic encryption, the identification percentage will tend to the desired value of the risk model. The conducted testing allows to formulate the following general conclusions about using the depersonalization methods for large data structures. Evaluation effectiveness of the depersonalization methods. It is important to evaluate the anonymization method effectiveness before publishing data. In confidential computing model, the PSI3 scheme with homomorphic encryption can be used to increase the security and confidentiality data exchange by phone numbers for marketing attribution. Factorization, re-identification probability, explicit identification of contextual risk reduces the likelihood of re-identification by protecting against multi-level vectors attack. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Alexander.
Thank you, Alexander. So good morning, everyone. I'm sorry, some technical issues at the
The next
beginning.
presentation is a classification of malicious website using machine learning
Can you
based
hear me?
on URL characteristics.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
Yes?
hear you. Yes, we can
Okay.
hear you.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so again, good morning, everyone. So I'm Vladimir Korpov, the organizer of this session. And again, I apologize for the delay in the beginning because we had some technical issues here at the conference venue. So I had a small question to Alexander. So he was talking about this anonymizing issues and the k-anonymity approach. And one of the suggestions was using the entropy for method of k-anonymity. So could you say a few words why it helps in detail, so to clarify it?
Thank you for the question. In this case, thanks to entropy, it is possible to understand not the minimum number of any query row in the dataset, but rather to identify quasi-identifiers that need to be depersonalization in the first place. This analysis allow us to identify uh, vulnerabilities in the dataset.
Okay, thank you. I had another question, but I think we have to move on because we are delayed already. Thank you. So Moon,
Yeah, I
please,
think.
Okay, the
please go
next,
on. Please
please.
continue.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Today, I would like to present to you our research talking about classification of malicious website using machine learning based on wire characteristics. And my presentation is divided into 5 sections: introduction, related work, methodology, and result, and decryption and conclusion of the work. Today, malicious websites are tools that cybercrime often use to attack end user, and the trick they often use includes phishing website, defacement, a website containing malicious code, and spam. According to statistics, in the third quarter of 2022, there were 47% is number of detected malicious website compared to the previous quarter, and therefore research on detecting and quickly preventing malicious website has always been a particular interest to internet organization and user community. And nowadays, many researchers has also proposed a number of solutions to minimize cyber attack via website. And in this article, we use machine learning to detect malicious website based on wire characteristic, and we implemented software tool for detecting and warning about malicious website as web application and browser extension. First, we make an overview of existing words related to our words in the following area. Maintaining a list of domain name or IP address of previously detected malicious website. Use the shortener while verification methods, and the use machine learning method in solving the problem of detecting malicious website. Why the previous words have made significant progress? No, they are still limited to address. Firstly, the current method lack flexibility in detecting new static employed by cyber criminal, and do not fully utilize wire feature for malicious website detection. Secondly, assessing would focus only on detecting phishing website, neglecting other type of malicious website like defacement, web spam, or malware. And in this study, we propose an approach that apply machine learning methods to classify multi-type of malicious website based on the distinct feature. And the malicious website detection model based on proposed machine learning method is divided into steps following on slide. In first step, we train our machine learning model using a training dataset containing wild category into 5 labels: client side, phishing, defacement, and spam. Uh, and the second step, with using trained classifier, we track URL and extra feature from them to identify malicious website. Um, the basic structure of URL consists of three main parts: protocol, hostname, and path. URL has 24 features, but we only use 20 main features to check whether a website is malicious or not, and some selected important features are shown on slide. Classification of objects based on feature extraction can use machine learning methods, and there are several well-known machine learning methods such as decryption, random forest, k-nearest neighbors, and adaptive boost. And in this work, we will apply the algorithm to classify website and assess the performance of algorithm. The evaluation will help us determine the best algorithm to implement our application for detecting malicious website on popular web browser. And in this study, we have collected a symbol of data from public and regularly update data source. And the amount and distribution of data are shown on slide. Using training dataset, we evaluated the model performance with popular machine learning algorithm using tenfold cross-validation. We assessed the model using performance metrics such as precision, recall, accuracy, and F1 score. And based on the result of accuracy and F1 score, value about 94% and 95%, the random forest method gives the best efficiency. And the last step of our research is to develop software that can be detect and prevent malicious website using random forest. To enhance the efficiency of program, we have combined the random forest method with blacklisting methods. When an output while address is provided, it is first checked against a database of no malicious while subsequently, the will undergo verification with using our machine learning model. And to make our software more accessible, we have implemented it into different forms, a web application and a browser extension. And this article presents an approach to using machine learning method for classifying malicious website based on wire characteristics. This would also create software inform a web application and a browser extension for detecting and warning against malicious website using random forest and blacklist method. In the future, we will continue to employ different feature set and user level dataset to more accurately and efficiently detect malicious website. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Moon.
Thank
You
you,
have a
Moon.
question?
Yes, I have a question.
Mhm.
So Moon, you are trying to identify these malicious websites, and what will happen if you have very similar website names, like on the hosting, like for Amazon, for example, like Amazon hosting, you have this Amazon domain names which are very similar, or there can be good websites and also malicious websites. So can your approach cope with that?
Huh? Thank you for question. In our research, we compiled two methods together. First method, we checked when domain come in, we check first. We check in database of malicious website, and in this database, we also have some popular and good no clean side, and where if that website not detected is malicious, we continue to using our model now on machine learning for detected. And we use is first we extraction feature of malicious website to in our model by changed my with 20 feature of domain for detecting the malicious website or not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The
But it
next,
just happened that this malicious and the true websites can have very similar features, but that's probably a big problem for further research. All right, so do we have more questions from the audience? Okay, if not,
okay.
then let's proceed.
Hello. The next presentation is deploying deep learning models using serverless computing for diabetic retinopathy detection. Use the
So do we have somebody from Brazil here? Mateus Carmago?
Matheus Carmago, Cristiano,
Hi.
Alex.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Mateus, welcome.
Please
Good
share the
morning.
presentation. Good morning.
Good morning.
So can I share my screen to
Please
start
share.
the
It
presentation?
is very late in Brazil, I believe.
Yes,
Three or
it's
4 o'clock and 3.
yes, almost 4 o'clock.
Okay. Yes, we can
Can you
see the
see my,
slides.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
okay, let me share my camera again. Can you see me?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Nice to see you.
Okay, so whenever you're ready, I can start.
Yes, please start.
Start, please.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present our research to this audience. My name is Matheus Weifel. I'm a master's degree student at URGS under the advice of Professor Philippe and Cristiano, for whose support I am very thankful. So today we will start by giving some context so we can know better what is diabetic retinopathy. Then we will define the research goal. Having established that, we will dive in some implementation aspects, like the platform that we use, for instance, Amazon SageMaker, and how the models were trained. Next, we define the methodology used to perform experiments, and having that defined, we will go through our key results, ending with a conclusion. So to start, what is diabetic retinopathy? It's a diabetes complication which harms retina. It do so because of increased blood sugar and pressure levels, and in its more severe stage can even lead to blindness. Those stages are no DR, mild, moderate, severe, and proliferative, as we can see from the picture, and they are in ascending severity order. So to start, when it comes to understanding and trying to tackle diabetic retinopathy, an early diagnosis is fundamental for proper treatment. Early diagnosis prevents the disease from progressing to more serious stages, and this diagnosis is made with an exam named optical coherence tomography, and it requires a doctor to be made. Unfortunately, As you probably know, there is a shortage of specialized professionals to address the growing incidence of this disease. Such shortage is bewildering, considering the fact that 783 million people may suffer from this disease in 2025, according to International Diabetes Federation. And you should consider, for example, that in China today, the ratio of ophthalmologists to patients is 1 to 3,000. This ratio stems from a huge lack of doctors in this field. So, as you just saw, there is a generalized shortage of doctors to deal with all the patients and diagnose properly diabetic retinopathy, and therefore the research goal is to optimize the medical diagnosis by prioritizing most severe cases. For example, in order to be able to optimize this diagnosis, we want to supply alternatives to deploy deep learning models capable of detecting diabetic retinopathy using cloud computing. Since we are talking about cloud computing, there is a reduced need of upfront infrastructure investments, and this reduced need of investments would render the diagnosed models more accessible. So, going ahead to implementation details, we take notice that we use pre-trained models, which were trained using TensorFlow 2.3 in a Kaggle notebook. Following a size criterion, we chose MobileNet and VGG19, and those models were further trained using the Aptos 2019 dataset. In the series of pictures of brown circles and gray circles in display, you can see both original samples and preprocessed images of the dataset. Note that the labels used for training were the same stages we have discussed before: ODR, mild, moderate, severe, and proliferative. Now, looking at this bar chart, we have a picture showing the dataset distribution. Here, we use the same distribution available in the Aptos 2019 dataset. No changes were made. So, having the trained models, we proceed to use Amazon SageMaker platform, which is a managed platform for the development, training, and deployment of learning models. One of its many services is the SageMaker serverless inference endpoints, in which we can deploy endpoints that serve deep learning model inference. The most important fact about that service is that its infrastructure is provisioned on demand, and therefore we only pay for what we use. However, it has a major disadvantage, which are increased latencies when the infrastructure isn't provisioned upright. This scenario is named cold start, and on the other hand, when infrastructure is already provisioned, we have the warm-up scenario, in which we have reduced latencies compared to the cold start scenario. So moving on to the methodology, as we just saw, two cases of latency must be analyzed: cold start and warm-up. And to analyze those two cases, we use two base scenarios. In the cold start, we made 10 sequential requests, one every 15 minutes, and this increased interval was selected so the application is steered down between the requests, therefore enabling us to measure the so-called cold start latency. On the other hand, in the warm-up, we made one pre-request to warm up the container, followed by 25 sequential requests, one every 5 seconds. And this lower interval is used so the container is not destroyed, hence enabling us to measure the warm-up latency. Those two base scenarios were used to evaluate two optimizations we will talk about now. One of them is the Docker image size optimization. And for that, we optimize the image size by employing a multi-stage build and by further reducing the dependencies. Another optimization was the evaluation of different memory size configurations. And a key aspect from the table on display that will come handy after is that the price is proportional to the memory size. And we evaluated 1 gigabyte, 2 gigabytes, and 3 gigabytes of memory. So going to the results, starting with the Docker image size optimization, we found out that only latency impacts the code start. This optimization doesn't impact the warm-up latency. This is expected because the container size only have an impact in its startup, and hence it doesn't impact the warm-up latency because the container is already running. And there were similar speedups for the two models, around 1.3 times speedup for both GG19 and MobileNet. Moving on to the warm-up latency, now regarding the memory size configuration. First, we can notice that performance gains were lower for smaller models. There was a speedup of 2.2 times for the bigger model, GG19, and only 1.3 times for the smaller model, MobileNet. Now, if we look into financial cost details, here you can see the chart which shows the cost for each memory configuration evaluated. You can see that for the bigger model, GG19, there is a cost reduction in the 2 gigabytes memory size, even though this memory size, as we saw, costs 2 times more than the 1 gigabyte memory. We have 9.3% reduction cost for the VGG19, and this happens because even though the cost is 2 times more than the 1 gigabyte memory, the performance gains were more than 2 times, hence we reduce the cost. But for the smaller model, there was no cost reduction because the performance enhancement doesn't pay out the cost of using the bigger memory. Sorry, not bigger, the 2 times gigabytes memory. The 3 gigabytes memory doesn't pay out for any of the models we use because the performance gains were not so didn't justify the use of those memories. So moving on to the code start latency, still in the memory size configuration optimization, there was a speed up of 2 times for VG19 and 2.1 times for MobileNet. You can see that differently from the warm-up latency, the code start latency enhancements were similar regardless of model size. So moving on to the results summary. First, we found out that Docker image size optimizations can reduce code start latency, and this happens regardless of model size, because we optimize the container size and not the model size. The memory size configurations, they poses an opportunity to enhance both performance and decrease financial cost. But as we saw, this impact varies depending on model size. We only saw that performance enhancement and decrease financial cost for bigger models. For smaller models, this optimization doesn't pay us out. It just increases the cost and enhance performance very little. And finally, we saw that memory size can reduce the code start latency, and that happens regardless of model size. So it's an opportunity to tackle this increased latency. Then concluding our work, we use serverless as an alternative to deploy deep learning models capable of detecting diabetic retinopathy. We saw that code start can be a problem to latency, but we have tools to mitigate this latency, named the memory size evaluation and the Docker image size optimization. This can reduce latency regardless of model size. And by using those two optimizations, we can also enhance performance and reduce financial costs in the warm-up scenario. Unfortunately, this depends on the model size. For future work, we intend to investigate the use of dedicated architectures for model deployment. This work only uses CPUs, but we intend to look on the use of GPUs and TPUs to accelerate the inference. And we are currently working on model size optimization by using a lightweight version of TensorFlow. We intend to look, we are using TFLite to reduce the model size because, as we saw, this model size impacts both optimization in the warm-up scenario. We would like to acknowledge CAPES, Petrobras, CNPq, FAPERGS, and FAPESP for supporting this project. And that's it. Thank you for your attention and the opportunity to present our research.
Thank you, Mateus.
Thank you, Mateus. I have a question. Mateus, so you were comparing these two architectures, MobileNet and VGG of neural networks. And did you estimate the quality of their results? So are they both of high quality, high precision, or this more complex and more more complex VGG architecture gives better results, and consequently you pay more for this? So is the payment scenario like on slide 13? Maybe you can go there, you compare two of them. So is the more pricey model gives better results? That's the first question. Yes, maybe. Well, whatever. Yeah.
And the VGG19 gives better results. It's 6 times its size is 6 times greater than the MobileNet one. I don't have the data of the at hand now, but it indeed gives better results than the MobileNet. We intend to also evaluate bigger models like Inception V3. It happens that initially chose those two models because of a constraint in the platform. The inference has to appease a timeout of 30 seconds, and without the optimizations we made, we surpassed this timeout with bigger models very easily. So now with the optimizations, maybe we can evaluate bigger models and compare the results.
And the optimizations that you mean, are they related to this now popular methods of neural network compression?
I mean the optimizations while deploying, not in the model themselves.
Okay, because maybe you can also look into the compression of neural networks that could compress the same VGG model a lot, and you can save on this while bringing this high quality of the result for your actual problem.
It's actually a very good idea.
Yeah, the suggestion for the future work.
Okay. Thank you for the suggestion.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Maybe we have more questions from the audience.
Sorry,
apparently not.
Okay. The next presentation is New security challenge of Internet of Things. Present Gennady Dick, Alexander Dick, Alexander Bogdanov, Nadezhda, and Jesus Timov.
Mateus, could you please unshare the slides?
Yes, sorry, we
Yes.
lost
Thank you.
my screen. Sorry.
Gennady,
Gennady, could you please share your screen? Can you hear us?
Let's toss. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, let's toss my presentation. Presentation.
Yes, we can see the PowerPoint.
Let's start. Dear colleagues.
But not the full screen. We can only see the second slide.
Okay. There's full screen.
No.
No.
No. Why?
Now we see the first slide in the PowerPoint, the blue one, but not the full screen. Maybe you should first make the full screen and then share that screen in GC.
Maybe. There's full
Okay,
screen.
perfect.
Okay, let's start.
Yes, go.
Okay.
They cannot see it by some reason.
Dear colleagues,
Okay.
at this conference, I'd like to introduce an article, Some Security Issues for Internet of Things. This article addresses current security issues of the Internet of Things, OED, analyzes the most recent and significant violations in this area, proposes a variant of an integrated approach both to protecting the devices themselves and to promising methods organization of interaction using 5G, 6G networks. Particular attention is paid to a process of threat modeling and assessing security, as well as application of machine learning or ML principles in order to ensure the protection of the infrastructure.
Excuse me, but I stopped hearing.
Hello? I don't hear the presentation.
Gennady, we don't hear you.
Unmute the microphone, please. Hello?
Gennady, okay.
Here.
Now we can hear you. Muted your microphone by some reason.
Ah, sorry.
About the slide again. So.
With beginning. Oh.
Wow, the previous slide.
The slide 3. That is a set of different devices and sensors united by wide and wireless communication channels is largely connected to the internet to better integration the real and virtual worlds. It's assumed that with the development of ad technology will become active participants in business, information, and social processes, where they will be able to interact and communicate with each other, exchanging information about the environment, reacting and influencing processes occurring in the world around them without human intervention. The information circulating in this network contains huge amounts of information about its offense, including control signals, status matches, etc. All this data can be either stolen by intruders or distorted for criminal purposes, and ad devices can be hacked or turned into a non-working brick. As a result, an increase in the number of produced and connected ad devices leads to an increase in the ability of cyber criminals to violate AT security. The trend of breaching the ad security can eventually have quite serious and sometimes catastrophic consequences. Hacking the ad devices of smart home, smart city, and smart habitats will allow cyber criminals to control people's living environment. In medicine and healthcare, in financial institutions and telephone companies, the access of introducers to the Internet things used in these areas will lead to the disclosure or dissemination of personal information about the patient, client, subscriber. In addition, disruption of the function of medical devices, banking equipment, and equipment of telephone operators leads not only to deterioration the quality of life, but also to serious risks to its existence. According to a study by Kaspersky Lab, in recent years, there have been a number of high-profile cases of compromised AT devices by cyber criminals. This information presents on slide 5. The above a list of attacks by intruders on ad, and this is a very small selective part, clearly demonstrates the seriousness of the possible consequences to all spheres of life in the modern world. Thus, this is not only a matter of IT security, it is a matter of ensuring the security of all aspects of the life on modern society. To organize protection, it's necessary to understand how the protected objects is arranged. That is, it's necessary to consider the basic principle of ad creation. For the full functionality of ad, it's necessary to first define or identify the object and then involve in an ever-expanding circle of network connections. The ad is inherently a continuous flow of data in space, passing through different networking around, which leads to the emergence so-called Web of Things. The functioning of this web is possible under the following two conditions. First, mandatory identification of each specific object from the ad, and second, continuous switching of the growing volume of information and objects in the network, which in turn will also be combined in the network. At the same time, the following function components, ABCD components, implement the ad technology, as you can see according to the slide 6, namely analytics, big data, connection, devices, and experience. Based on the presented principles of functioning of ad technology, it's possible to determine the basic components of the ad and the main ways to combine them into a single web or data transmission system, DTC. In this case, it's advisable to include the following main elements in the ad structure. First, ad devices, various types of sensors and various electronic devices connected to DTC. Second, information storage and processing system, computing system for collecting, processing, general recommendations, report controls, and so third, communication systems, wired and wireless network, including equipment for their operation, and third, special software designed to ensure the performance of ad. Consideration of ad security issues is proposed to begin with the construction of integrate ad infrastructure management model combined with the level of its security. In accordance with the previously defined SmartThink structure, a variant of ad reference model with security functionality is presented on slide 8. This model contains 4 ad operation architecture controls: application layer, application service support layer, network layer, and level of ad devices, and 2 levels of ad security: general and software with hardware. The general provision lists the main problematic issues in this area. It should be noted that in the course of threat modeling, it's possible not only to identify attacks of any devices and rank risk according to their severity, but also to consider options for using machine learning methods to ensure the security of it. To do this, it's proposed to apply software-oriented approach that targets the vulnerabilities of each application component. That's right, threat classification model focuses on identify weaknesses in software and hardware. Let's consider the operation of the threat model using the example of functioning of the fragment of data transmission subsystem based on new generation 5G, 6G cellular network. The simplified diagram shown on the slide 9 consists of user equipment, which is a smartphone, tablet, HSO, usually calls and ad devices, a complex of receiving and transmitting antennas, radio access network RAN, and distributed software and hardware complexes, the 5G car. More detailed division of the system and the components according to the algorithm of threat model makes it possible to identify the main software models and networks function of the basic architecture of the 5G network, as you can see on slide 9. Namely, user plane function, data network model, session managing function model, policy control model, and others. To the more detailing 5G network architecture detailing, the following security management functions need to be added: anchor function of security, the authentication function, and others. These schemes determine not only information transfer flows between system components, but also provide an opportunity to analyze the process of confidential information circulation in order to understand which components can be attacked. In addition, identifying the boundaries of trust, red dashed line, will help to find possible entry points to potentially vulnerable information flows. As a result of the detailing and application of the threat model to these components of 5G network architecture, it's possible to determine a fairly complete list of possible threats to a given fragment of the ad data transmission network. The analysis based on the results of threat modeling taken into account the specifics of new generation 5G, 6G cellular networks allows us to identify the following main areas of application machine learning to ensure IT security. First, implementation of machine learning technology into the firewall core of 5G, 6G cellular network infrastructure equipment in order to stop threats in advance. Second, the use of built-in machine learning models to prevent previously unknown attacks. Third, using ML development to detect, anomalize, and vulnerabilities. And fourth, implementation of ML technology in the core 5G, 6G infrastructure models in order to reduce the level of errors, including human ones, due to the capabilities of machine learning to analyze huge amounts of telemetry and other data and reduce the response time to threat recognition. The list of areas of application of machine learning can be significantly expanded if they consider the introduction of ML technology not only to protect the ad, but also in relation to all levels to ensuring the at functioning, including identification, classification, forecasting, and so on. By definition, it deals with the incorrection of devices with the primary purpose of exchanging information. At the same time, is this data that is a standard reason that makes machine learning more powerful, increasing the efficiency of it. In conclusion, the rapidly evolving technologies requires continuous attention the security issues. These circumstances in turn requires implementation of a whole range of software and hardware measures, starting with analysis of possible attacks and building a classification or creating a classification model for possible threats. The review conducted by the authors of the article indicates the expediency of focusing on solving issues such as ensuring the security of promised information transmission system based on 5G, 6G, cellular networks, and using machine learning technology to ensure the ad protection. In this paper, the authors of the article and in this presentation, the author of this article also formulated a variant of sequences, steps, and a set of technologies according to the present review that should be provided sufficient security for promising ad systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Yes, I have a question. All right. Yeah, I have a question, and I have very unstable internet connection here in the venue. Can you hear me now?
I don't hear. Can you speak loudly? It's enough? Bye. Have a nice day.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Very unstable connection here. Gennady, I have a question about the scale. So the number of devices increases every year. So like soon it will be 100 times more. So we have the scalability problem. So how this affects the security measures? So all these security ideas and approaches be still valid, or we need to invent something new when the devices increase in size hundreds of times?
I know what you mean, but the discussion of these issues is behind the scope of my speech because this article is only a review. There are some devices in this area sphere, but
Yeah, I believe this one of the challenges and one of the greatest challenges of any area is increasing the scale and increasing the amount of devices or data or something else. So I believe that's basically one of the challenges also in security. So we need to find some approaches that could provide authentication, authorization, and other measures that will still have good performance.
Good performance, I believe. I will think about it and check new information in our life.
Okay, we can discuss it later on then.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Other question? No? Okay, the last presentation is the combination of PBFT and Rust, a new approach to building networks that provide reliability and security. Hello, Jasur.
Can you see? Hello. Can you see my presentation?
No.
Hello.
But
Hello?
at least we can hear you. That's good. But we cannot see the slides yet.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Yes,
hear
yes.
You can see? Oh no.
No, no.
you. No.
Wait a minute. Reconnection.
Okay.
Yes, we can see it now. But Jasur, you are muted now. We cannot hear you, but we can see the slides.
Yes, I see the slide.
Okay, I will be started. Good morning.
Yes, yes, please.
Good morning, dear colleague. Issue that requires attention in the field of the security and optimization. Problem statement included is clear defining of the main access of the data issue and the case and two main aspects: the protection of personal data information and security and transmission. The access of the data between system and device require strong security measure ever prodding main pollution of composition of data transition. Identifying and position issue allow research and partition development orientation solution enough data security, personal information protection, and as develop police security and police still present challenges. Um, in in this field, also the data security distribution and network protect consolidated environment, imposing repose to the emergency new threat and availability. However, his existing approach may be outdated, affected enough the deal modern threat. The problem outdated approach of the data protection and attention for development attack method of the technical by exist security mechanism in some old method may be not be a version of protect again new and advanced threat. Some modern approach data protection is distribution network is first of all application of the intelligent and machine learning use of the AI and ML algorithms to detect the previous new unknown threat. This method allows system self from exits analyzing amount data detection and analyzing malicious active. Second of all is detection of blockchain technology, the use of the distribution ledger and enough the integrity and authentication of data blockchains that provide detection and reliability data storage system that make diffuse information to spoofing. Second of all, third of all, improving authentication process, development of the authentication methods such as biometrics, multi-factor, and blockchain-based security provides a spoofing. It is important understanding that security on-off process is now one of the sites solutions that completely protection from the positive threat. This requirement constant underbuilt and improvement of the approach and the method of the all activity compatibility between security system of development research more effect data. A multiplayer node is I will be can be set of the two segment can be uh, integrated network or the system of the two physical local sphere segment of the operation. Each segment can be a separate network subnet with its own unique characteristics and parameters. This approach can be used to improve secure and network management. Dividing a network into two segments can be reserve and protection critical data and system from unauthorized access or attack. Segment can have an own mechanism, rule, and controlling. This slide can be seen in foundation and multi-level node, maybe different level of the data process or function. For example, one segment may be the detection as a process in storing sensitive data, will be another segment maybe provide public segment or resource. This allow more flexible configuration controlling access in different level of data future. However, impossible is multi-level with the segment also requiring approach security management measure, strike access rule police cross segment communication and regular update security mechanism has been shared, must be established, maintained. In addition, is necessary providing connectivity and consistent between segments when required. A multi-tiered node with two shared can be useful variability scans balance accuracy between and availability data function. Example, we might or correspondent network is a separation between international external network cloud environment with separate of the custom is or system certainly securities. Um, First level processing across using PBFT consensus is across for practical Byzantine fault tolerant algorithm, including the following step. First step is prepare phase. In prepare phase, working as a leader sense, prepare message with pro transactions to all nodes system. The nodes receiving and prepare and check and correction and integrity. Second phase is prepare phase. In this phase, note that receiving and prepare message send be message also not in the system, and the not check receiving providing message make this measurable and not agree considering a provide message. Third phase is it commit phase. In commit phase, all node or satisfiers have a research agreement send me commit message all the node and system. The node receiving completion message set a majority node agreement. After receiving successfully number of completion mentioned nodes access the transaction block or applying local completion legacy. In in each of the fast node can be processing processing measure processing measure enough the research system possibility for attack. The PBFT is the consensus research distribution system event in present includes hostable node. Node is multi-ledger nodes. In the second of the layer of the consensus, consensus is second level of process including following. First of all, first log of replication. The ledger receives a new transaction log from the client and adding his log. Letting send as an approach messaging content other nodes. Second phase is committed. The ledger wait confirmation for most nodes will be have be 7 logs. When the leader receiving uncrossed leads from the majority committee and commit message to all nodes, the node has been receiving. Third of etap main consistently. The node is the exchange heritability confirms that leading activity is not receiving heritability certain electricity process. The raft algorithm providing an clarity comparison algorithm of such person is guaranteed security consistent in data and the distribution system even the failure or not raft scalability large of the numbers requirements. Reported of the raft algorithm on the many consistent algorithm and choose depends characteristic fast. In next slides, we will see in the examples for the in RAF processing providing high performance transaction and choose the protocols over the system of the combination system probability. You can see in more load sharing both protocol on low balance node the distribution network, more effectivity in computer resource incremental throughput. In next slide is you maybe compare is two nodes with sawtooth P50 and DDT. You can see in combining approach you approve parallel consist transaction in developed system. This is durability is new node integrity distributed network and significant performance. Daily delay. Um, I will be following the in multi-layer network combination PBFT and Raft protocol showed in following result. High performance multi-layer network based on PBFT protocol has been shown and performed in transaction consensus building distributed environment. Second of all, date of reliability data multi based on the combined PBFT Raft protocol that reliability research has shown system owned using combination protocoling detected correctly error reality, which improve reality and reduce change of the probable occurs. Third of all, you can reducing network load and reducing network load using also these two protocols network can be reduce load and distribution system. These two are different method of transaction processing which reduce among data transfer speed processing. First of all is related to malicious attack layer in the combination PVST and draft protocol higher resistant to malicious attack. Research has been shown system using that combination system does and improve security distribution system. In conclusion, I will say based and receive of the research following conclusion can be drawn. First, the critical value mechanism implement over environment and blockchain system improve step development heterogeneous software hardware system. Second is develop method launch application multi-level in virtual environment performance complex um, and third, studying methods improve the reliability authentication and the authorization develop a method application at heterogeneous cloud environment improve concerns the security of the such system. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Jasur. I have a question.
Yes, can you keep?
If you could go to the slide 7, and the question is, as the previous one, about the scalability. So you mentioned n nodes were deployed in the cluster. So the question is, how many nodes did you deploy, and what is your estimation how many nodes this multi-level system could support? So, and what can you say about scalability, basically, of all this solution? A few words.
I will be say of Second of the level is can we see in the raft is processing is consensus. Is it algorithm combining is first of all uh, creating new certificate node from transaction um, and this consists is leaders wait confirm and the most nodes that be have been saved in the Roman logs and if the node do receiving and heritability is within certain the period time the enters the leading process it is important is not as the raft algorithm. Many consensus algorithm has been chosen depends on the requirement and characteristic of the particular system. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have more questions?
Other question?
Uh,
Apparently no more questions. So now we will have a break and we will continue our session later, but in another room. It will be online room A, I believe.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so please join in 15 minutes. And thank you for participating.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. See you later.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, Martina. Can you hear me?
Hi,
Hello.
good morning to everyone.
Good morning. Okay. The session is about to start. The first title of the presentation is Evaluating Energy Community, New Social and Economic Model to Implement the Ecological Transition.
Yes, can I share my screen?
Yes?
Okay. Do you see my screen?
Yes? Perfect.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to organization for this opportunity to share with you this first study about the evaluation of energy communities, which is conducted also with the other my two colleagues, Barbara Pirelli and Domenico Vito, a lawyer and a researcher, which are involved in this issue, and so we integrated our skills to propose this first evaluation framework about energy communities. So the aim of this study is to demonstrate the multiple benefits of renewable energy communities through the definition of a multi-criteria assessment framework. And my presentation is organized in 5 parts. I will start with an introduction on legislative framework at European and Italian level, proceed by explaining the meaning of an energy community and why it can be considered a new social economic model, and highlight the benefits of such a model. Finally, I will present the evaluation framework that we have proposed in this study, and we have tested on 2 Italian case studies, concluding with some reflection and steps forward. In 2019, the European Union revised its energy policy framework to help us move away from fossil fuels towards cleaner energy, and more specifically to deliver on the EU's Paris Agreement commitments for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The agreement on this new energy rulebook, called the Clean Energy for All Europeans package, marked a significant step towards implementing the Energy Union strategy. In fact, the package will contribute to decarbonizing the EU energy system in line with the objectives of the European Green Deal. And based on Commission proposals, the package consists of 8 new laws. One of these laws is the Renewable Energy Recast to 2030, the so-called RED II. And this directive aims to promote the use of energy from renewable sources and introduce the concept of a renewable energy community, better known as energy community. Another package adopted by European Commission was the Fit for 55, which adapts existing climate and energy legislation to meet the new EU objective of a minimum 55% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. The Fit for 55 package is part of the European Green Deal, and its key element is the revision of the Directive RED II to help the EU deliver the new 55% greenhouse gas emission target. So under RED II, the European Union is obliged to ensure at least 32% of its energy consumption comes from renewable energy sources by 2030. On the basis of the European climate law goals, investment and reforms contained in the Italian Green Transition Recovery and Resilience plans have been developed. So these plans foresees numerous investment in renewable energy sector with the aim of ensuring a clean and efficient energy use and sustainable public transport. So energy communities are included in the social and territorial cohesion theme in order to support small territories at risk of depopulation. And it is also important to take into consideration the Italian plan for ecological transition, in which the reduction of climate changing emission by 2030 is foreseen. This plan provides a framework for environmental and energy policies, and it goes without saying that the progressive and capillary diffusion of energy communities is in line with the decarbonization objectives. But in order to evangelize them, it will be necessary to carry out targeted interventions on transmission, distribution, and storage networks. So in Italy, the term energy communities only entered the official language in 2020, when Parliament approved and amended the so-called Mille Proroghe Decree, later converted into law, that establishes the possibility of creating communities between several entities for the production and consumption of energy from renewable sources. But what is an energy community? So an energy community can be formed when individuals, citizens, local authorities, or small companies and cooperatives joins together to become co-owners of neighborhood renewable energy plants, thus exchanging energy for self-consumption, but also with the possibility of feeding energy into the grid and receiving an incentive from the energy service manager. According to the definition of Article 2 of the European Directive, a self-consumer of renewable energy is a final consumer who, operating on its own site within defined boundaries, or if permitted by a member state on another site, produce renewable electricity for its own consumption and may store or produce renewable electricity, provided that for a self-consumer of a renewable energy other than a household, these activities do not constitute its principal commercial or professional activity. So in the next point, the directive also specifies that a self-consumer of renewable energy acting collectively are constituted by a group of at least 2 self-consumers of renewable energy acting collectively and located in the same building or apartment block. In this way, a participatory form of renewable energy production is realized because passive consumers are transformed into active consumers and producers, so-called prosumers, as they have their own system to generate electricity for self-consumption, selling excess energy to other actors managed by a smart grid. The smart grid paradigm suggests tackling energy management by increasing the flexibility of the electricity grid, using data and ET to remotely coordinate distributed generation and storage technologies so that they can actively respond to changing grid conditions. The infrastructure consists of a network that connects all actors in the energy community, monitored and controlled by state-of-the-art digital technologies to optimize every stage of energy production, consumption, and exchange through the innovative hardware and software solution. On this basis, new ways of governing energy communities are also being explored, for instance, by coupling classical grid control methodologies with the blockchain technology. Moving from a centralized energy system to a decentralized energy systems, means that renewable energy communities represents a regenerative model, not only for individual communities at the local scale, but also at territorial scale, emphasizing the role of communities as drivers of inclusive and sustainable development processes. In this way, renewable energy communities can enable the development of local production chains, providing networking and employment opportunities for local communities, and reducing energy dependency on other countries or regions. Moreover, they also contribute to fight against energy poverty by reducing energy consumption, lowering supply tariffs, and making the use of renewable energy sources more equitable and affordable. The shift to decentralized energy production has many advantages, including the use of local energy sources, greater security of an energy supply at local level, shorter transport distances, and less energy dispersions. Also promotes community development and cohesion through the availability of income sources and the creation of local jobs. According to the Singular report, there are currently 7,000 active energy communities in Europe, involving 2 million inhabitants. This is a growing phenomenon, so much so that some estimates hazard a growth potential that could reach 264 million European citizens, generating 45% of the expected electricity demand by 2050. Despite this, it is undeniable not to note how this phenomenon is growing rapidly and how the awareness of institutions and citizens is increasingly materializing in favor of virtuous initiative and the experiences of dialogue and collaboration. In order to apply the proposed evaluation methodology, we have therefore considered the two Italian case studies. The first was the energy community of San Giovanni a Teduccio in the eastern suburbs of Naples, which was one of the first experiments of a renewable energy community in the southern Italy. And the other one was the case of Turano Lodigiano in the northern Italy, where the first renewable energy community in the Lombardy region was born. So the research question was how to assess energy communities. As above mentioned, the energy communities are a promising model able to generate benefits at multidimensional level. However, to assess the effectiveness of an energy community, key performance indicators need to be defined. So this study aimed to provide main indicators that influence citizens' energy communities and to establish a methodology to quantify or qualify these impacts. To date, several studies have addressed the topic of evaluating energy communities, and in many of them, the definition of KPI indicators, key performance indicators, is adopted as an established method to provide an objective assessment of complex issues, such as energy communities and smart grids. So in some studies, environmental and economic KPIs are considered in decision-making as a support system for strategic investment decision, while in other studies, the focus is on how these decisions are conditioned by very heterogeneous factors. Other authors have pointed out the interconnection between energy communities and other sectors positively influenced by them, such as mobility, economy, quality of space, and innovation. Furthermore, it is important to highlight that the definition of KPIs is fundamental to identify the main areas of impact of the energy community phenomenon, which is so dynamic and so variable respect to so many different factors. For example, types of users, environment, location, political framework, economy, etc. And in this sense, they express the performance expected from a given project and can then be used as a part of a multi-criteria evaluation for decision making aimed at determining the best choice between different project scenarios. In our study, 26 KPIs were identified, deduced from scientific studies, reports, and projects, and revised by the authors. The evaluation is based on both qualitative and quantitative indicators, which were divided into 3 dimensions: environmental, economic, and social. The environmental KPIs include issues related to both the energy performance of the community in terms of the amount of renewable energy integrated and self-consumed, and also the reduction of emissions. The latter is of particular relevance because it is a central issue in the energy transition. The economic KPIs focus on the financial viability and sustainability of the proposed solution for the stakeholders and investors, but also on the convenience for users in terms of saving on electricity bills and tax deductions, as well as a redistributive mechanism whereby economic surpluses are reinvested in further community initiatives with the consequent benefits. Finally, social KPIs highlight the importance of energy communities as a new model of active involvement and awareness raising of citizens on sustainability issues, renewing the sense of cohesion and belonging even in the most degraded and marginalized place. In this model, also an impact on the democratization of knowledge was explained, widening access to specific content, also stimulating the exchange of information and enabling citizens in use of technologies. Therefore, it is important also to consider feedback from users and the community members, who are the first interlocutors to be addressed in order to detect the actual effectiveness of the implemented model. Lastly, the social aspects also include indicators which in the literature are included in the category of legal indicators. And which concern the transparency of the institution about data collected and shared by the other stakeholders, and the consistency of the legislative framework adopted at the local level by the energy community with national and European directives. Since, in our opinion, they influence the social aspect of the overall satisfaction with the project and the relationship established between institutions and users. Just a quick overview on the first findings of our study. Both case studies demonstrated the multiple benefits of renewable energy communities. In the case of San Giovanni a Teduccio, it has become a model to be replicated in other cases, above all because it has shown that bottom-up approaches work as a social activator, stimulating the creation of new communities based on a more raised awareness of the social, economic, and environmental value of using renewable sources. In the case of Turano Lodigiano, emerged the role of technologies not only as a tool able to quantify environmental benefits, but also as an educational enabler of sustainable behavior, opening to people the opportunity to better know and manage the impact of their own actions, and thus representing a real way to change the mindset towards a more ecological approach. The involvement of citizens and local authorities in a renewable energy project through the renewable energy communities has brought significant added value in terms of local acceptance of renewable energy, and access to additional private capital, resulting in a local investment, greater consumer choice, and increased citizens' participation in the energy transition. This local involvement is even more important in a context of increasing renewable energy capacity. So measures to enable renewable energy communities to compete on an equal footing with other producers also aim to increase the participation of local citizens in a renewable energy project and thus increase the acceptance of renewable energy. And concluding, the transition towards a more sustainable energy system requires a profound reform of economic and social models. So energy communities represent a new socio-economic model that can contribute to this transition process, offering several benefits, such as creating local jobs, lowering energy costs, increasing the security of energy supply, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Renewable energy communities are considered as activators of community resilience because they stimulate participation in community life, strengthening the sense of individual and community responsibility and projecting actions towards the achievement of the common good. However, there are also some challenges to be addressed in the creation and management of energy communities, such as the need to develop a clear and uniform legal framework at national and European level, the promotion of active participation of community members, and the need to ensure fair access to energy for all community members. The development of energy self-production and energy efficiency policies represents the best welfare policies for households, helping to reduce costs in energy bills and improve the social life of their members, especially in a context of energy and health crisis. For this reason, energy communities can be considered as a regenerative model that paves the way for processes of democratization and inclusion of citizens in the energy transition. The motivation behind the activation of energy communities are varied, from the reliability of energy supply to self-sufficiency and the fight against energy poverty through the involvement of energy companies. But monetary benefits are not the only ones. Environmental concerns and desire for energy independence are equally strong motivations. For the first time, in fact, citizens can feel themselves to be real contributors to the energy transition process, implementing a sustainable behaviors model in their lives and opening themselves up to welcome a change of mindset that offers real opportunities for integration and social development through the creation of new jobs. Bringing topics of global scope closer to the needs of specific local communities is the real strength of this model that reorganizes traditional market rules and relation between stakeholders that for a long time have had non-communicating objectives and field of actions. To assess the effectiveness of an energy community, key performance indicators need to be defined. So this study provides the main indicators, and the application of the proposed set of KPI indicators on the two case studies showed that through this framework it is possible to compare different experience through not only the energy or economic dimension, but also through a social and the community involvement dimension. In addition, the KPIs identified can be a model for self-assessment, as they allow organizations to assess their performances objectively and systematically against pre-established targets in order to identify areas for improvement and define future development objectives. In addition, KPIs-based self-assessment facilitates the identification of the organization's strengths and weaknesses, and allows it to focus on critical aspects for success. The framework presented in this study is susceptible to future modification and additions, especially considering that it was tested on only 2 case studies. So future research could test more case studies and verify the variation of the results obtained in relation to the different contexts considered. And finally, it would be interesting to address the issue of self-assessment by trying to submit such a framework to a few sample communities and getting feedback on the real perceived usefulness of users as well as its ease of completion. So thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you, Martina. Any question?
Hi, Martina. Good morning, everybody. Sorry for being late. My name was not on the program, so maybe you don't know I was supposed to be the chair of this session. We had some technical problems, and also this room was in another building, so I had some problems in finding the room. That's why I connected a bit late.
Okay.
But thank you, Martina. Very interesting presentation. I don't know if someone wants to make some questions right now or at the end after all the contributions. Simona Panaro, please.
Hi, everyone, and thank you, Martina, for your very interesting presentation and to give us, I think, a new perspective, right? How we can do, no? And what the people can do.
Yes.
To live in a more sustainable context. So I think this is really interesting point of the discussion. My question is just a curiosity.
Yeah.
So just because you expone a new topics, I'm really interested to understand more how the community energy can be activated. So the starting point, comparing the 2 case studies that you analyze, what are the challenge to start this kind of process, and how do people can be really engaged or really interested in this process? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Simona, for your question. I try to explain very quickly this point because it is a very interesting process. But generally, the energy community cannot be activated without an institutional intervention. For example, in the case of San Giovanni a Teduccio, the proposal was initiated by Legambiente and was supported by the Fondazione Con il Sud, which finances social development project and supported this project with an initial contribution of 100 million of euros. So the cost of the installation is partially borne by tax deduction and the renovation bonus, but the first step was this financial support. And then there was the activation of energy community in terms of knowledge of what is energy community. Because citizens in many cases are not know what is the mean of heritage of energy community. So on one end, you have to intervene in a financial way through institution, and on the other hand, you have to put knowledge in the community to accept the institutional intervention, and then to activate a dialogue between them. So these are two aspects and two fundamental ingredients for the success of the experimentation.
Thank you, Martina. Thank you. And was valid in both of the case.
Yes, yes. Also, in the case of Turano Lodigiano, there was an enterprise which initiated the project with the financial support.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Martina.
Okay, thank you both. We have the next presentation of Maria Luisa Raiola, Gaia Del Danise, and Maria Cerreta, Tailored Regeneration Process for Urban Brownfield and Evaluative Approach for the Castellammare di Stabia, Italy.
Good morning, everyone. I started to share my screen. Excuse me. Okay, so our research is tailored urban regeneration process, a multi-method evaluation for water from brownfield, and is a research that I conducted with Gaia Del Danise and Maria Cerreta. First of all, a brief summary of our contents that we are going to show in the presentation. Then we started our presentation with our research questions. So which kind of decision-making process identify coalitions between stakeholder group based on their perception in the context of small and medium-sized port cities, and how investigating, mapping and assessing the waterfront landscape through multidimensional geospatial data to address sustainable management and planning. Our purpose is the following. The research aims to identify a tailor-made urban regeneration process, structuring a social multi-criteria evaluation approach for the waterfront of Castellammare di Stabia in Naples, in Italy, supported by data specialization and scenario analysis. The integrated approach is composed by crossing and hybridizing various methods in a tailor-made urban regeneration able to manage community necessities, territorial components, balance conservation and transformation, and respecting values and resources. The methodological framework consists of 3 parts, each identifying stage of the research. Context analysis explored the cognitive framework of the territorial system, while integrated evaluation is dedicated to building a tailor-made evaluation model, and results draw a special configuration of the preferred scenario among the identifying alternatives. The complexity of the territory is explored through simple elements combined in more articulated processes, able to represent the multidimensional quality of the territory, and requires the selection of indicators capable of describing this complexity of the context in line with the aspects of sustainable development, the environment, economy, and society. The primary purpose is to build specific territorial vulnerability and resilience maps, essential for identifying possible regeneration scenarios and elaborating a multi-criteria and site-specific assessment due to specificity of spatial and territorial dynamics indicators. 2 levels of data analysis were carried out for each indicator. First, for the municipality of Castellammare di Stabia to understand local development trends, and second, on national, regional, and urban conurbation scale, consisting of the cities and towns of Naples, Porti Circolano, Torre del Greco, Torre Annunziata, and Castellammare di Stabia. Each indicator was then classified as an element of criticality, potentiality, and vulnerability resilience, which structured the database to elaborate the territorial thematic mapping. We made use of census data from the Italian National Institute of Statistics and Istats 8000 census indicators built to meet the SDGs, interpolating different quantitative data to give qualitative and more realistic answer about the dynamics of the territory's development. The exploration of the special context that flowed into the development of vulnerability and resilience maps led to the identification of a set of strategic urban regeneration goals for the Castellammare di Stabia waterfront, able to promote a sustainable and innovative production process, realize a tourism system capable of enhancing environmental and archaeological potential, improve quality of the housing supply, and implement a functional mix capable of responding to the heterogeneous need of the social system. The four strategic goals became possible scenarios of sustainable development and regeneration of the waterfront and territorial pools with a specific vocation for the local context. Special function, uses, and management between public, private, and social sectors were analyzed for each scenario. Goal 1 is embodied in the productive hub or S1 scenario. Goal 2 is related to touristic hub S2 scenario, while Goal 3 results in the residential district S3 scenario, and Goal 4 generates the integrated districts S4 scenario. An heterogeneous and complex territorial context require an assessment model that considers the plurality of elements involved and prioritize the prediction of impacts on the local community. So the multi-methodological approach is composed of monetary methods, multi-criteria methods, and multi-actor methods, and several tools enabled to determine impacts and effects, engage stakeholders, and managing the alternatives. The approach of the community impact evaluation, which can integrate economic and non-economic analysis, was initially used to assess the impacts of the four scenarios and combining quantitative and qualitative aspects. The analysis phase brings the observed variables and data into the system, producing different matrices for each scenario for aggregating the impacts and for results aggregated by sectors. Systematizing the results of the aggregate impact matrix with the net of sectoral preference required an additional level of interpretation of the values obtained. And finally, the information was processed in a structure organized by microcriteria, economic, financial, environmental, and sociocultural, relating to the common objective of the redevelopment of the Castellammare di Stabia waterfront. The comparison shows that the preferred alternative is scenario 4, which generates positive community impacts in the short and long term. The matrix excerpt relating to the macro-environmental criterion show the structuring of the sustainability developed criteria and indicators, the type of impact they produce on each of the scenarios, and the relative quantitative and qualitative unit of measurement. NIADE is the acronym for Novel Approach to Imprecise Assessment and Decision Environment, and is a multi-criteria assessment method that enables an integrated approach and using conflict analysis procedures to be integrated with multi-criteria results. NIADE is the social multi-criteria method that we used in this case study. NIADE allows to produce the equity matrix. Our equity matrix was constructed by entering the groups of stakeholders involved in the regeneration process and indicating as alternatives all scenarios understood as areas of opportunity for the enhancement of the Castellammare di Stabia waterfront. Each alternative group intersection corresponds to a qualitative output as an expression of judgments of interest in analyzing conflicts between groups through a linguistic evaluation of the alternatives. The NIADE software returns the coalition dendrogram, and through this dendrogram, it is possible to check the level of agreement of preferred alternative, and consequently improve the participation process in collective choices to make the integrated district scenario for sustainable waterfront development. The ranking of the alternative scenarios presents the integrated districts S4 as the preferred one, which meets the demands for increased activities, services, and housing, and improved community welfare with the heterogeneous functional mix. The outcome of the evaluation process for the tailor-made regeneration of the waterfront of Castellammare di Stabia provides an elaboration of scenario for integrated district, concretized in a meta-project vision, in which the building that accommodate the functional mix of the scenario create a new urban fabric and draw a novel urban pattern where the built-up areas are connected to the road axis by green infrastructure. Our conclusion are the aims to structure the mapping of local vulnerability and resilience, scenario analysis, and the multi-criteria social assessment in a site-specific regeneration process for Castellammare di Stabia waterfront. So we experimenting a social multi-criteria evaluation approach implemented an effective decision-making process in achieving consensus by the actor involved. Applying the CIE and NIADE methods in a complex and heterogeneous context allowed to understand the stakeholders' conflicts and coalitions, and analyzing multidimensional geospatial data helped to define an integrated approach for urban regeneration, creating new relationships and values among places and people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria Lucia. Also to stay in time.
Yeah.
We can have some short questions before the next presentation. If someone... Simona Panaro, thank you for being part of the discussion. Please.
Thank you, Maria, for your presentation. Also, in this case, I have just a curiosity regarding the process that you activate. So my question is related if you, at the end of your analysis, you show the results to the people and of the different groups, and what were the reaction in case you discuss these results.
Thank you, Simona, so much for your participation. And I have to say that we have some trouble with the local municipality of Castellammare di Stabia. So it was never activated, the meeting with people. And I try to communicate in private forums with the people that made part of focus groups, but we never have a public moment in which we can share our results. But I have to say that all people there, which I have faced too, were very happy, first of all, because they feel like an interest for them. And this is a rich contrast area and with the high social fragility. So it was like a positive moment for them, even if the process hasn't been presented officially. But I can say that there was a very positive vibes by them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so if there are no future questions, I will go. Thank you very much, Maria Lucia, and all the co-authors. We'll go to the next presentation of In La Song, Daniele Cannatella and Nikos Katsikis. I don't know who of you will present the contribution landscape-based fire resilience, identifying interaction between landscape dynamics and fire regimes in the Mediterranean region. I see a couple of people anonymous connected. Don't know if some of the co-authors or if Daniele Cannatella will present the contribution. No, it was not supposed to present. Jill Song is connected or not? Or we can go to the next presentation and skip to later. Okay. Ferdinando Di Martino, Vittorio Miraglia, and Barbara Cardone, are you connected? Some of you? No. Can you hear me?
Yes, Chiara, yes.
Who of the presenters is connected? Maybe it's easier. The last contribution is from Maria Rosaria Angrisano and Francesca Notta.
Yes, I am Maria Rosaria.
Buongiorno Maria Rosaria, thank you. So, well, your contribution is urban regeneration strategies for implementing the circular city model, the key role of the community engagement. Very interesting. Please.
I shared my presentation.
Okay.
So, just a moment because I have a little problem.
Perfect. I can see your screen, the program from the website of ICCSA.
You can see my screen?
Yes.
Also the presentation?
No, I can just see the web page of ICCSA conference.
Just a moment. Now?
Yes.
Okay.
Loading? Yes, okay. Now I can see your PowerPoint.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone, and I have pleasure to present to you today our research paper. And this research is about the key role of the community engagement in the urban regeneration strategies for implementing the circular city model. Then this presentation is organized in introduction, research objectives, a theoretical context. Then we explain a methodological flow, the case studies, result and discussion, and conclusion. Then the most important problem today is climate change. We know that the city consumes around 78% of the world's energy and produce more than 60% of greenhouse gas emission and 15% of global waste. And this is the major reason of pollution and thus climate change. The most polluted cities in the world are Delhi, Dhaka, and Mumbai, and this is mainly due to the transportation sector, the factory, the built environment, the waste disposal, and the intensive farming. So, in this perspective, the circular city model can be a solution for climate change problems.
Maria Rosaria, sorry if I interrupt you, but we don't see your
we are on the first slide.
You have to
you see
shift to presentation mode, I think.
No, I shift the presentation mode. And now you see the next slide.
We can just see the research objectives, but not in the presentation mode, just with like editing mode of PowerPoint.
And now?
No.
Still the same. Are you sharing the screen or the PowerPoint window? Okay, now we can see all your screen.
Okay, now?
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Sorry.
No problem.
The aim of this research is to identify some specific project alternatives for the implementation of the circular city model that considering the key role that the community plays in the decision-making processes. So I will start by defining the circular city model. A circular city is one that promotes the transition from a linear to a circular economy. Is the city that promotes different economic activities able to maintain the value and utility of products. To this transition, cities seek to improve the human well-being, reduce the emission, protect and enhance the biodiversity, and there are a lot of definitions of the circular city. For example, the circular city defined by Ellen MacArthur Foundation incorporates the principles of a circular economy across all its functions, which state an urban system that is regenerative, accessible, and abandoned by design. There is another important definition of a circular city that by Williams that defines the circular city is a social ecological system that consisting of a biogeophysical units and its associated social action and institution. Then Ickley, Circular Economy, Metabolic, and Ellen MacArthur Foundation define the circular city as a city that follows these 5 principles: the rethink, regenerate, reduce, reuse, and recover. And then it is most important, it's also important to talk about the circular economy because it is very much linked to the urban regeneration. And circular economy principles follow the concept that nothing in nature is wasted and everything can be recycled. The goal of the circular economy is to maximize the value of products and materials, focusing on their entire life cycle, with the aim to closing the loop by reusing all waste as resources for the production cycles. Ellen MacArthur Foundation explained the concept of a circular economy through the so-called butterfly diagram. In this diagram is show a continuous flow of materials. On the left is the process of the reuse of natural materials, and on the right the process for the utilization of the finite material as possible. And then, according to the SDGs 11, urban planning play a key role in the urban transformation processes. By leveraging the urban planning in the city regeneration as a tool for change, cities can transform their organization, their economy and community and governance from a linear to circular. And today, the urban regeneration is understood as a new strategy for the urban development that can effectively improve the physical environment of the city. And in the urban regeneration processes, the community engagement is a fundamental tool for 3 reasons. The first is because it allows local communities to be involved in the decision making. The second reason is that it helps to ensure that the projects meet their needs and desires. And finally, it helps to reduce the conflict between different views and interests. Then about the methodological flow of this research, we follow 5 steps. The first step is about the background that was made a literature review, the identification and analysis of the urban regeneration good practice. The second step is about the selection of the case studies because we organized a workshop with the 4 schools to identify the case studies. The first case studies is about the reuse of the former Interdiocesan Seminary in Salerno. The second case study is chosen with the scholars and students is about the regeneration regeneration of Castle of Arta in Greece. Then the third case studies is about the regeneration of Autogari neighborhood in Romania, and the last case studies is about the reuse project for Damaske in Turkey. Then the third phase is about the knowledge phase, where we analyze the case studies and we activate a process of brainstorming on the case studies for the identification of the critical and the potential. Then we activate a participatory process with the development of a questionnaire, one for each case studies, the submission of the questionnaire, and in the last step, we define the preferable project alternatives, analyzing the result of the questionnaire and the definition of the preferable project alternatives. These alternative projects are a part of the Urbes project that is an Erasmus project coordinated by Pegaso Telematic University and 4 schools in Europe, in Greece, in Turkey, Romania, and in Italy, with the collaboration of the BIMED Italian Association. The aim of these projects in general is to promote and connect different cultural identities, to encourage the cultural exchange. This is a map that identifies the 4 case studies, the first in Salerno, the second in Greece, then in Romania, and in Turkey. And in each school, we organized an initial meeting with different stakeholders that included other students, teachers, some municipality representative, and some association. Then we prepared a questionnaire aimed to identify the different value and needs at stake and possible function for the regeneration of these 4 case studies. This questionnaire was structured in 4 sections with some multiple choice and opening the question, and we submitted this questionnaire in 2 months, and there are this questionnaire was divided in 4 sections. The first section is about demographic information, the second section is about the awareness about the environmental issues, and then the third section is about the identification of various urban areas needed to be regenerated, and then the last section is about the accessibility, the maintenance status, and provided the service for the identified area. And in this section, it's most important to analyze the perception of community in the neighborhood life, and then they propose a new function for the reuse of this building or regeneration of the neighborhood. The first case studies is about the reuse of the former interdiocesan seminary that was chosen by the students, and through the result of the questionnaire, they identify the new function for the reuse of this building, and in particular, they want that these buildings is transformed in a cultural center with a new specific design function, like as a health service, a conference room, an exhibition room, reading room, neighborhood library, a workshop area, and in another section of the questionnaire, they proposed some specific technology like as the home automation system, green materials, AMP and lime plasters, the thermal windows, a new thermal insulating roof, photovoltaic panels, and a system for the water recovery. And this project contributed to the SDGs, in particular in 3, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, and 13 SDGs. And circular city model is satisfying in this project through the function mixity of the function and the reuse of abandoned historic building. Then about the project of Castle of Arta. The students have chosen the regeneration of the castle and of the surrounding area because in this area there is an old hotel that now is in abandoned. And regarding from the questionnaire, the students choosing some new function for the hotel and for the surrounding area. In particular, they want to realize an urban park, some leisure facilities, a shopping center, new housing, a children playground area, an outdoor cinema, a pedestrian upgrade that collegate the castle with the historic center. And about the technology, they proposed the new light system for the park, the use of green materials, the green energy, and water recovery. And thanks to the conservation of intrinsic value and the use of nature-based solution, this project satisfied the circular city economy model. The last project is the regeneration project for the mosque in Turkey, and this is in a religious building that the students want to maintain this function, but they propose to regenerate the internal area and the external part of this mosque. In fact, the result of the questionnaire underline that they want to maintain this function, but they want to realize a new toilet and washroom, to realize a Worcester collection boxes, rest for confis, an additional entrance for women, and to extend the green areas, and to realize a specific room as a resting place during the funeral prayers. About the technology, they propose to realize an underfloor heating system, an insulating pane, an energy efficient light, and use of natural materials, the solar panel, and so on. And thanks to the reuse of water and the use of clean energy sources, this project satisfies the circular city model. And
sorry.
You hear me?
Okay.
And then about the
just some more minutes because we are a bit late.
Okay. About the conclusion, we can say that the implementation of the circular city models requires a strong cultural base, without which this cannot be successful. And it is a strengthening process of this cultural base. Schools plays a key role because they are the place of the condensation of the citizen and the place of training in the citizenship that is in collaboration and in cooperation. And it is most important that the integration of the expert and knowledge, the integration of the expert and common knowledge is very important for a reciprocal exchanging knowledge, and it is possible so to build trust and create a sense of ownership among the different stakeholders. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Maria Rosaria. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if there are some short questions or we can wait at the end for general questions about. Well, thank you. Let's see if at the end someone has. Now we have another contribution from Ginline Song that I see is connected now. Daniele Cannatella and Nikos Katsikis. Landscape-based fire resilience, identifying interaction between landscape dynamics and fire regimes in the Mediterranean region. Ginline, are you connected? Can you hear me?
Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Hi.
Hi Daniela.
Hi. Could you share your screen, please?
Yes.
Your presentation.
Yes. Hi everyone, can you hear my? Can you see my screen?
Okay, we can see the
Yeah.
paper.
The paper.
Yeah. Okay. So my paper is a part of my master graduation project. It's about to use the geoinformation system to clustering the landscape elements in relation with the fire. So I choose the data category from the climate to the human actors to find the fire prone data interval and cluster them, and then to find to define the landscape topologies. So the most important part of this clustering methodology is to create the map like this. Yeah, like this. So finally I got 10 types of the fire and landscape topologies in the North Mediterranean to find the area which is dominated by the different factors of the fire disturbance. So go back to the data part. Here is the form of the 4 groups of the data from the meteorological, physiographic, virological, and anthropogenic category. I found the data layers from the wind speed, like the elevations, the river density, and the WUI is about wildland and urban interface, and some like land use change because of a lot of burnt area is caused by the agriculture abandonment. So selecting this 14 types of the landscape layers, I grouped them with 4 groups, and then I used the multivariate clustering with the ArcGIS Pro, and then I got the susceptibility map. Then finally I got the 10 types of the landscape-based fire topologies. So, for example, some landscape topologies are dominated by the settlement distribution, like the highly mixed with the urbanization process and the unmanagement wetland, or some topologies are dominated by the abandonment agriculture with the blue with the green color, like in Portugal and some parts of south parts of France, or some types of fire and landscape interaction is dominated by the hillside because the fire has a high speed in the propagation in the steer slope. So with this map, it's kind of representing a landscape system in the North Mediterranean part, and it also can be a decision support tool to guide with the design process. So I can also show the second part of my my graduation project is about design perspective. So with this methodology, and I reanalysis with the Iberian Peninsula with even smaller grades, like because the previously I used 10 kilometers grade, but to guide with the design perspective, I use 1 kilometer grade in the Iberian Peninsula and find 2 topologies that I want to investigate more. So it's one about the interface, and the other is about the tourism and populated coast topologies. Then here is some design practice. Like I use the regional mobility work to convert it into the fire break system, or use the hydrological system to use as a evacuation route. And here's the second one, the tourism part. Here's a populated corridor in the eastern Spain. So here's some the transformation about the fire and climate. And then I proposed like the urban emergency model because this area is highly urbanized coastal line. And here is some design practice. Yes. Hi. I cannot hear you. I think you're mute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you for this presentation. It's very interesting, your approach. I'm just wondering some things about the methodology. I have some technical questions I would like to do you. First of all, you speak of clustering method to aggregate the information from indicators. Could you spend a few words about to explain this methodology? How do you obtain the results with the clustering? And then I noticed that you use a grid that to aggregate raster and vector to put on the same minimum mapping unit. How do you define this minimum mapping unit to aggregate all the indicators, criteria, and obtain the final maps? So 2 questions for now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, understand. Thank you for your questions. So firstly, for the clustering, I use I find the data from the raster layers or the vector layers, and I then convert it into the attribute table, and I valued each of the grade. And I use the normalization to have a standard of the data interval. So I just cluster the similarities of the data and find the most highly related to the fire-prone intervals. And then this methodology is inspired actually by a paper called like the representing the Mediterranean by the cropland system or something like that. It has a really even longer category of the agriculture classification, like the aerated or the drier or the rained croplands or something like that. So somehow I use the similar methodologies of this. But I didn't group all the data layers together directly. I group it into 4 groups from the climate to the human factors. So I think it's even more clear to see each of the group of the factors, because the fire has a really complex landscape elements. So I think it's not necessary to combine all of them directly, but to find the elements category that can be better represent the final result. Yes.
Thank you very much. Maybe I have another question, if it's possible.
Yes, you have time.
Why did you not consider the use of multiple criteria decision analysis to aggregate all the indicators criteria in order to obtain an index or risk according to the type of landscape? Have you considered this typology approach to obtain the final index, or you directly go to the descriptive statistics and the clustering to make this? Just a curiosity.
I think honestly, I'm not really professional with the geomatics and techniques, so I just find here's like the introduction video about the tool of the geoinformation system. So I got I see the slides from here's the map has a clustered colored patterns. I think this is really what I want. So I just follow this. But I don't explore more about the methodologies. Yeah, it's kind of limitation for my
If I can jump
project.
in this sense, actually, this part wasn't actually, it was a bit out of the scope. I mean, ideally, you can use those kind of spatial criteria or spatial indicators actually to then elaborate a vulnerability index. But in this case, Jean Lyon were trying to explore different kind of the description of different kind of landscapes to then define some solutions in which that could be applied in those landscapes.
Yes, it's very interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Am I late? Because I don't receive the email, so I'm very sorry. I'm super sudden. I don't prepare fully prepared of the presentation.
No problem. Your contribution is very interesting. I read the paper, so we have.
Thank you very much.
Evidence. Thank you very much, Gilai.
Thank you.
Okay, so
I'll keep stay here.
There is last paper, GIS-based hierarchical fuzzy MCDA framework for detaching critical urban areas in climate scenarios. I see connected Vittorio Miraglia. I don't know if he's supposed to present it. Paper with Ferdinando Di Martino and Barbara Cardone as well.
Good morning, everybody. Did you see me?
Yes,
Okay.
we can see and hear you.
Yes.
I try to link the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see it?
Yes, I see. We see the PowerPoint.
Okay.
The presentation. Perfect. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Vittorio Miraglia. I'm a second-year student in the initial PhD program in artificial intelligence at the Department of Architecture at the University of Naples Federico II. I'd like to introduce the work carried out with Professor Ferdinando Di Martino and researcher Barbara Cardone. Our work uses multi-criteria decision analysis, MCDI, integrated with a fuzzy approach in order to support the decision maker in identifying the best solution for complex urban problems. So we developed a GIS-based multi-criteria framework, implementing a hierarchical MCDI fuzzy model aimed at identifying urban areas at risk of the climate phenomena of the heat waves. The main advantage of this approach is to reduce the uncertainty with the help of fuzzy logic that with the support of an expert can define the degree to which an alternative belongs to a criterion. The aim is to realize a hierarchical model of criteria that can be tailored on the urban problem examined of the heat wave and to obtain more accurate assessment in choosing the best alternatives for the problem. Our hierarchical model involves decomposing each criterion in a set of sub-criterion. They are represented by a node, which constitutes a fuzzy set. The degree of membership in the fuzzy set of an alternative indicates how well the alternative satisfies the criterion. An important aspect is that each fuzzy set is defined by the expert urban panel, who determines its domain of characteristics. We can see the flowchart of the model, and starting from the bottom, we identify the set of urban features that constitute the domain of the characteristics of the subcriterion. Each subcriterion is directly linked to the main criterion on the upper level, and at the top of the hierarchy, we find the final indicator that allows us to identify which subzones are most at risk. Now we will see in detail how the main criterion and subcriterion are obtained. For the high population density criterion, we can see that is divided in three subcriterion. The first one assesses the impact of population density, and the fuzzy set is composed of the overall resident population characteristics and the square kilometer extent of the subzone. The second one, the high percent of weak people, assesses the concentration of residents in the protect category, composed of the children less than 5 years and people with more than 65 years, always in relation to the total population of the subzone. The fuel poverty assesses the presence of the disadvantaged population, including the high employed, jobless people, who have difficulty to meeting the cost of the energy expenditure in relation, always in relation to the overall workforce of the subzone. About the scarcity of urban greenery, it is divided in two subcriterion. The scarcity of wood that assesses the lack of natural forests and planting green spaces, and the characteristics that determine the fuzzy set are the square meters of green areas, of this kind of green areas, and the total number of the inhabitants of the subzone. Also, the second subcriterion is similar, like the previous one, but instead of the natural forest, it assesses the public parks and the other kind of surfaces classified as public gardens and flow beds. The high presence of residential buildings is split in two different subcriterion. The first one assesses the bad state of preservation of buildings without making any difference based on the construction period of them. While the second one assesses the buildings with an ancient construction periods, regardless of their state of conservation. The last main criterion is the high presence of waterproof open spaces. It's also divided in two subcriteria. The first one assesses the spaces classified as road in the subzone, and the percentage of the the road areas is considered in relation to the total area of the subzone. The second one assesses the other kind of open spaces and its waterproof characteristics, and it's measured in the same way of the previous one. Another important aspect is the supporting of the expert urban planner that it was asked to assign each criterion and subcriterion a value from the AHP pairwise comparison matrix. In this way, the weight, the value assigned that will determine the value of the subcriterion relative to another. So we can know which is the difference between a criterion with respect to another. Let's turn now to the study area. We choose the municipality of Naples for our experimentation, and for the input data needed to carry out the test, we using the mapping of the municipality, the social demographic census data, and the official division of the municipality into 30 districts. The subzone will correspond to the 30 districts of the municipality. Using a GIS platform and with the spatial analysis and geoprocessing operation, the input data were put into the system, and it could be analyzed the main feature of the municipality. For each zone, by data extraction process, each characteristic linked to the sub-criterion were extracted. Now, I will show you the thematic maps that are the outcomes of our test. For the high population density, from this map, we can see that the high population density is located in the central northern area of Naples, and the low density subzone account for only the 13% of total. Regarding the scarcity of urban greenery, the thematic map shows a low concentration of green spaces in the central city areas, while in the suburban zone, all around the central, have a high amount of green spaces, resulting in a low criticality. For the high presence of waterproof urban spaces, this map shows a higher concentration in the central areas of the municipality, in contrast to the western area subzones that have a less critical condition. For the high presence of waterproof urban spaces, it's according to the scarcity of urban greenery, we can see that the central areas have the high presence of this kind of spaces, and the western northern area have a better condition, resulting in a low criticality. The final map is constructed using the four main criterion, and we can see that the most critical subzones are in the city central areas, and a better condition of these of the western areas with recording a low value. The outcomes meet the expectation of experts and demonstrate consistency with the basic characteristic of the urban setting. In conclusion, we can find the benefit of this approach that includes the usefulness and adaptability of the model to different complex urban problems, and the flexibility in overcoming the limitation implementing a complicated criterion, and being able to measure the satisfaction of alternative with respect to a criterion through the degree of membership in the relative fuzzy set. In contrast, the limitation of this approach is that is unable to obtain analysis at a scale of greater detail, because the census data are elaborated to a scale with low details. For our future intent, we want to test our framework in different urban settings with more complex problems that require a large number of criterion and a reconstructing of hierarchy with more levels and criterion. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Vittorio, for your contribution. Maybe you online don't know that here we have some people in the flesh. I don't know if someone has some questions or curiosities, doubts about this work. Very interesting. Both online. You?
Yes, I have curiosity more than a question, because I think in general these kind of explorations are quite interesting, but of course they also have some limitations, right? As you also pointed out in your last slides, and mostly this is about the use of administrative boundaries, which are, of course, I'd say, not most of the time matching what are the dynamics of some urban landscapes dynamics, right? Mm-hmm. This means that, for instance, when you start using statistics or quantifying, let's say, the amount or the percentage of certain aspects, there is an aspect which gets lost, which is the configuration of this aspects, for instance, not the amounts or the, I mean, one thing is analyzing the quantity of urban areas, of urban parks or green areas and so on. Another thing is understanding what is the distribution, the actual distribution of the network, right? So to which extent did you consider this in your work, or is there, or why, if not, you didn't consider this?
Do you mean the distribution of data on the areas?
No, I mean the spatial attributes of such networks, such layers, let's say, like the urban parks or the perviousness of the road system and so on. So, I mean, what you did was mostly working on quantifying these aspects, no? Like classifying it for each of the municipality, if I understood correctly. But then, of course, there is one aspect missing, which is also the configuration. So basically, how these elements relate to space to each other.
Yes, I understand. But this is a kind of analysis that passes a general trend in the area. So the scale that we use is not so in detail. So we can study and detect the interaction between the people and the space surrounding. Because the census data, for example, are elaborated in a scale that not provides a detail that can let us understand how these numbers reflect the place. So it's difficult to have an upgrade the census data and try to understand how the spaces are used and for the inhabitants. And so the other characteristics are considering also for the knowledge of the system, the urban system, and it's the sort of trade-off between the knowledge of the urban setting and to obtain analysis that can give us some result to make some other kind of reasoning.
Okay, so I mean, so if I can just give you advice, perhaps it could be interesting to then adapt to what is already done, basically diving a bit more into some spatial characteristics and morphological characteristics of the urban environment, such as, for instance, accessibility to these spaces, or like even like using some kind of indicators coming, for instance, from landscape ecology somehow, so that actually look more at the configuration and the morphology of the urban landscape. That can be another, let's say, layer of information that can be also included in such analysis.
Yes, but in this case, for example, it was the expert urban planner that chose the main criterion and its characteristics of the urban settlements. So we try to compact and enjoy all these characteristics to find the better analysis of the urban.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Fine. I don't know if there are other questions for Vittorio, but it was interesting observation and discussion. Or for one of the previous presentations, maybe someone. No? Well, so if we have no other questions, we can close this second META session, and thank you to all the participants, authors and co-authors. Okay.
Chiara, can you hear me? Chiara?
Sì?
I send you the link for the evaluation form.
Yes, I can do it, but I have a small problem, but I can do it in some minutes. Okay? Because I can't get in the website now. I have to recover my password.
Okay, no problem.
Okay? Fine. Thank you, Natale.
Bye.
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 Bye bye.
Thank you very much.